Hello. Can tell that Big Smith isn't here because nobody has been yelling at me for not starting yet. But hello. Hi. It is Monday, my dudes. Whoa. Yeah, I was trying a thing and I will complain about it a little bit because I you yelled at me on so well I didn't see it. So um hold on. Why are you okay? Um Also, wow, okay, the text is very dark, so hold on a second. Let's not have it to be super dark. Right? Sure. How's that look? Can y'all make another comment to see if it pops up and now you can actually like read it on the background? Hello. Alright. Alright. No, that's not what I want. Yes, I was maybe playing with some things. Okay. And I have something that I am going to complain about that you might be able to guess just from need to move a layer up. Yes. Hold on. A bit more yellowy. Okay. I think that might be okay now, maybe. Sorry. Also, hello, Nico. Sorry, I did see your remark. I was just realizing that I had dunked up the chat box a little bit, so. But yes. So my complaint, currently is that you might notice that I have some very cute little buttons along the bottom, but they are pretenders. They are not real buttons because apparently you can't just like make a button that links to something, and I'm gonna leave them because I spent X amount of time and I'm like, but they're so cute. But yes, that was something that I wasn't expecting to not be an easy thing to do. So I don't know. And it's not like totally necessary. I was trying Fyra, and I don't know if this is something that I just need somebody like someone smarter than me, someone more technically adept than me, um, to like explain it to me. Cause yeah, I definitely went down a Google rabbit hole, and yeah. um, I mean, I think the short answer is that Twitch does not want you to link, like, because like everything was basically telling me for like adding stuff to. Yeah, I kind of looked into that. There was like sponsor banner, there was like, yeah, there was a few different things that I kind of tried, but yeah. As I said, I feel like there is probably a way to kind of like work around it slash like cheat the system. But I don't feel like it's cheating because you can have like links elsewhere. Um, but yeah, I tried a few different things and they didn't work, so it's all good. So as I said, for now I figure I will just sort of like leave them, since maybe it will inspire somebody to be like, hey, this is how you do it, and they will just don't. um, so yes, that is the fun thing from today that I definitely ended up spending X amount of time on instead of like answering emails or whatever, because I'm good with time management. I also switched back to my other camera because I didn't like that I couldn't, I don't know. And in my defense, I do like to just be like, you know, I'm not using like I'm just using filters that are like color filters kind of thing, not like, you know, ones that actually change the appearance of anything in the video. Otherwise, I would probably make it so you couldn't see all the shit behind me. But yeah. Yes, oh my god. We have an important bulletin coming in. From the puppy. Yeah. Puppy girl. I think we have perhaps officially hit the time of year when Miss Fern is maybe not so amiable to going out on a walk. Because I took her out yesterday and I put on, she's got these little PJs. Well, it's like a onesie, but it is kind of like PJs. Oh, she's so little. Yeah, you're just a little boy. You're just a little tiny puppy. But it was quite windy out yesterday, so. Yeah. And then we didn't really go out for a couple days before that because it was just like, oh, you know, again, it's chilly out. I'm not really motivated to go out, and neither does Fern seem to be. And sometimes Fern will make you like chase her a little bit to go and get to like put her harness and stuff on, but we had a couple of days where I definitely like was asked her if she wanted to go out, and she like ran and like jumped up and lay down on the couch and stuff, and I'm like, okay, yeah. Oh, big yawn. But yes, that's just the life of a tiny little guy. What kind of soup? Well, you probably know what I would suggest, Fyra. I would probably tell you to make a potato soup because we do enjoy a potato soup. Hey, buddy. Cheddar broccoli is also good. You could make a potato soup that was also cheddar and broccoli. We'd make a potato soup that was potato and leek, and then we'd have we'd like melt Gouda and stuff into it. So I guess you could say it was a pretty Gouda soup. Yes. Y'all making me friggin' hungry. Okay. So, just thinking. I know that I should work on some more of my pages, my dead name pages, aka any of them. So I'm gonna try and do that. Admittedly, I do find that like just sort of doing layouts can be a little something that I have to like focus on a little bit, I guess. But yes, I shall see. I know that these are things that I kind of need to ooh. Oh, that sounds friggin' really good, Nico. So instead of getting drunk to the point that you have 1 HP left, did you go and eat leek and garlic soup to the point that you had 1 HP left? It would have been a good time. Well, would have been a good time or maybe a bad time to go out to the goth club. a year or so full of garlic. And yes, Fyra had some dental surgery that was pretty gnarly from the sound of it, so. Yeah, I feel like I don't make a ton of soups, just like for myself. Even though I'm a pretty big soup enjoyer. I'm an enjoyer of soup. Hey, Miss Fern? Hey, Miss Fern? Okay. Hi. How's it going? How's it going? Your butt is on the tablet. It's not the most helpful right now. She's not the most helpful right now. Something else that I was kind of trying to figure out, but I tried not to spend too much time on it. Was like some of the like more interactive, I guess, like chat things for people to like play around with while other stuff is happening, which does feel very like watching Fortnite and Family Guy and the Olympics all at the same time. But one of them was called like Stream Boss. That I was like, okay, it's like a thing to just sort of encourage people to give like to use like bits and stuff like that. And I was like trying to figure out how it worked because I was like, I like the idea of this, but then either A, I was the stream boss that had X amount of HP, or like it was like Kevin, or like I was like, I don't know how this works because I know Kevin is like their kind of like John Doe placeholder like name that they'll use, but I was like, I do not understand how this works, and we ain't got time for that. Right, Miss Fern? You are ridiculous. You are ridiculous. Yeah, you are a ridiculous little puppy baby. Ridiculous. Oh, she knows. But also, I will point out, do you see this? You see this? This space? This space that doesn't have anything on it? Yeah, do you see it, friend? Because you could come sit over here instead of on my tablet. She's like, Mother, I don't understand. These are all words that I don't know. Come here. Yes, she and half the household do seem to believe that. Okay. So, I guess I can maybe talk through this process so that I kind of focus a little bit. So, the previous pages that I did with this was with the like weird little kid and like his parents having a serious conversation. So this is getting a little bit more into the actual story. We're gonna be doing some pages with focusing on Lainey, who's one of the main characters. So it's a 5-panel page. Excuse me. Miss Raina, how's it going? Okay. So, just want to check something. Okay, cool. I guess just to explain this a little bit, this is a bleed. So basically this is the live area, this kind of like smallest square. This is where page number would go down at the bottom. I realize that this is a very light blue. This is kind of like extra space for you to have a little bit of like overflow, and then this is like the hard like stuff outside of the like largest border is going to get cut off. So yes. I guess somewhat a fun story from when I was working on the first book, when I was working on Aja. I am somebody who hates doing like a just like, you know, square, 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 square within the bleed, and that's it. Like I like to use it as something where I can kind of play around and be more dynamic with it. And we had to reformat some pages just for like the bleed ratios and stuff like that, and I had to revise a decent amount of like panels on different pages because the bleed was just like the panels were weird in them. So starting this time with the proper guides, like the proper things showing me what my, you know, where all my stuff needs to be. Hopefully I will not run into that again. Like, I can't resist having a little, just a little guy going off there. And honestly, even this, I'm kind of like, Rosie. Hello, Dennis. So we do, but we celebrate Thanksgiving in October for. There's probably a specific reason, but I do not know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Well, and then arguably, like, because we do have Remembrance Day in November. That's, I guess, a day off, although not for everybody. So I don't really understand just from the point of view of like staggering like family holidays why we don't do it in November, but I said I'm sure that there is a specific reason that I just do not know. So, but yes, is that this week for my American Skellies? Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking, because you specifically said that you did not get a, like, a day off. Okay. And I mean why. Dennis, I want to know why. I don't know if there's gonna be enough room for two beautiful ladies up on the desk. Go on. My pile of shit has continued to migrate around, and now it is somewhat a tower that the cats can go on, which concerns me slightly. I knew you were gonna do that! Ridiculous. It's okay. Clearly this is the fault of Rosie and not my fault for not actually taking care of my mess. Oh, Rosie, should I make it so... I mean, you literally have a chair right there you can sit in. Can you not sit in the chair? Can you not sit in the chair? Honestly, Dennis is every day. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, Rosie. She's like, I've been traumatized. I've been traumatized. Poor kid. Truly, it is not the first thing that Rosie has knocked over with her big butt, and I'm sure it will not be the last. Right. Do you want to go down? It's okay. I know, that was scary. Go sit in the chair, baby girl. Thank you. Or go into that empty shelf and hopefully do not knock it down. I was rearranging some of my stuff, so my one bookcase is like empty on the bottom, which I'm now realizing could have been a mistake. Someday I'll have organized all my mess, and on that day it'll be over for you, hoes. Lila Sabrina has followed. They have joined us. Bienvenue. Welcome. Hey, we are taking it kind of chill today, as is perhaps evident by the name of this stream. For now, I am trying to get through some like layouts, thumbnails of the graphic novel I need to be working on. So that is what we are currently doing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do have the music up, so it shouldn't just be ASMR of me hitting Control Z the whole time, but I sometimes have singular people be like, I cannot hear it. And I'm like, well, I guess then you are getting the ASMR then. This is from a playlist called Lo-Fi for Ghosts Only, which is one that I like to listen to on YouTube, but was able to find on Spotify, so that was a very exciting day for me. Hey, Blackbender! Also, you returned. Welcome to your second stream. It did. I mean, I know that I'm like very important and famous, but I feel like I am still at a scale where I don't really remember people who came and were chatting. So, you know, I can pretend I don't know you if you prefer. I'd be like, who the fuck is this? Who's this guy? I have a good memory like 12% of the time, so this is where some of that operating power goes. Yes, I'm going to briefly give the explanation of what I'm doing as everybody comes in, since being very chill. But yes, I am wanting to get through at least a few pages worth of thumbnails slash layouts, or whatever people prefer to call them, for the graphic novel that I should have been working on already. So yeah. Admittedly, I do find that I can sometimes get very like focused when I'm doing thumbnails, or just like because I'm doing a decent amount of like design problem solving, I guess, both with like the panels and with the like overall page layout itself. So yeah, this is actually the sequel to a book that came out. See, I'm like, I remember you who came and talked to me in chat. Do I remember when this book came out? I'm pretty sure it came out last spring. It's called The Aja Waja, and it is a middle grade graphic novel about two girls who get into witchcraft and summon an elder, like chaos god, to defeat their school bully, and they lose control of the situation. So this is a sequel to that one. And I realized that, so this one is called Deadening, which is a little bit easier, I think, for people to possibly remember, because the other one is a little bit of a weird name. So I'm not the writer on this story. The writer on this book and Aja is Megs Visaggio. So yeah, I'm like, I think I have a French version of the book that I can hold up and be like, this is the French version. In French, it's called Le Démon de Bolingbroke, which admittedly I don't like as much as the Aja, because I don't know. Anybody who's like French fluent can sound off of being like, because I know that like localization and translation is like a thing of like, because to me that sounds very like kind of bland, but I don't know if like in French it sounds a lot. Yeah, it's a OJJA. As I said, it's a little bit of a confusing one to just like hear / like look up, but yeah, no, it's like, as I said, this is it en français, because that's the one I had close at hand. But yeah, this was actually my first graphic novel that was like this kind of like, it's like a 200-page book, which is almost twice as long as basically any other comic project that I'd worked on up until that point. And I feel like it is one that Megs and I really collaborated on a lot of like story beats and just like themes and stuff in it. So I feel like it was also kind of a new experience for me, just like as a yeah. Well, and I just this sounds like humble brag. No, I finished work on a Harley Quinn book back in like the summer, and it came out in October, and that was also a 200-page project. So yeah, they are pretty hefty. I don't know. I'm used to working on, like before that, I am a pro. It is my grown-up job. I've been doing this for almost 10 years professionally. So yeah. It is my real job, and I do still have a decent amount of days where I'm like, wow, crazy. Yeah, no, well, and this is my, I guess, my origin story, such as it is, of like that I am somebody who, and I say this with a decent amount of like, hopefully what comes across as self-awareness, because I realize that like some people do comics and they work really hard to get like hired for their earlier jobs and stuff like that, and it's not that I didn't put in an effort, but it was kind of a thing of I didn't know specifically that comics was what I wanted to like get into as like my full-time job, but I kind of started doing them about almost 10 years ago now, and I have been very lucky that I've had people wanting to hire me pretty much solid that whole time. So yeah, it is just kind of interesting because not that I'm not a comic reader, but I feel like I am interested in specific genres and like styles of comics compared to a lot of other people in the industry. Like I'm very much somebody who was brought up on I was a very big manga reader when I was in high school and stuff, so I was a lot more versed in like that sort of comic than most Western comics. Um, yeah, no, it's as I said, it is kind of crazy. Cheap viewers on Streamboo. Remove the space. I don't think they remembered to remove the space. Get the hell out of here. Mods. But yeah, I have a fun story about how old I am now that Corey isn't here to hear. I'm sure that they'll be very disappointed. It's okay. Where just like I did some shows in like the summer, and at one of them I was chatting with a dad and his, like, I think he had 3 boys with him, like his 3 sons. But you know, and I made a comment to the effect of being like, yeah, I've been doing this, like next year I'll have been doing this for 10 years. And obviously you can kind of like say that and be like, yeah, that's a long time. But one of the kids really put it into perspective for me, because he was like, after I said that, he's like, wow, I'm 10. And I'm like, oh my god, you're like a whole person who didn't exist when I was like starting this, and now you're like a whole person. So, you know, if you want to, nothing humbles you quite like a small child reminding you of your passing time and morality. So, yeah. Well, and like, you know, I was like, I can sort of remember this sort of like scale of time passing, I guess, because it's like, you know, when you're 10 years is a long time. And like, to be fair, 10 years is still a long time for me now, because I've had 3 sets of 10 years, you know. But it's like, it is kind of crazy to be like how fast it goes, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously I have had a lot of life crammed into those 10 years on top of like just working, but yeah, it's still pretty wild to think about. I am actually 34, so I will take that as a compliment. Yeah, that's how I've had 3 sets of 10 years and then some fights. Oh my god, yeah, that in itself is wild. Like, I know that we don't want to think about like the pandemic and COVID and everything like that, but it is pretty wild just being like, for what it's worth, Black Thunder, I'm older than a good amount of people nowadays. You're 33? Just a little baby. Yeah, no. I don't know. Hold on, what did I merge down? Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't mind telling people how old I am, because I guess usually people wouldn't be like, oh wow, I thought you were like a lot older, which again, but I don't know, I feel like so far my 30s have been pretty good. You know, I've had some not incredibly fun experiences, but for the most part it's like from the angle of like people being like, oh, I didn't do this in my 20s, so, you know, I missed my opportunity. You know, I feel like that has not been true, like from the point of view of a lot of like social experiences and stuff like that, because I was very, I don't know, I was definitely isolated a lot in my 20s. Uh, both because of like my own personality slash like brain stuff and also just like being really, really focused on work. Um, you're like, this menu's for me. I have to imagine that Nico's intense garlic and leek soup was not on it. Yes. No vampires allowed. Okay. Yeah, well, and like another thing that I definitely find Thunder as far as like, because I agree to a point with age as a number, but then I also feel like, you know, there are certain experiences and like life lessons that can separate you depending on like an like age. But I think a lot of us like who are like millennials and I guess getting into like Gen Z now as well is like we all kind of have a bit of like that arrested development where you know we're not hitting those milestones that like the generations ahead of us were. So you know like a lot of people can't be like I'm a grown up now because I bought a house or like I'm a grown up now because I had my first kid, you know. um so it's kind of weird that you're like, yeah, I guess I am like I feel like a lot of people can think about like how old their like parents were when they had them and they're like, well, they were younger than I am now. That is kind of crazy. But okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I like to just reassure younger people as well of just like it's cool. Like I don't know. Hopefully you are going to keep growing as long as you're alive and developing as a person and like, you know, I do believe that it is a blessing to be able to grow old. So oh my gosh, I have seen a dentist. They are all rough in their 30s. I do feel like the fact that I think our skincare and like sun care has come a long way, and that makes a big difference compared to some previous generations. No Twilight freeze. Twilight all the time. I'm sorry to have misled you, Thunder, but this is a Twilight fan channel. All Twilight all the time. I also smoke way less. That is true. Or we smoke different. But yes. No, I feel like uh it's true. I mean like so close, we almost had him. Yeah, I will say that I was a kid because I was in high school when Twilight was coming out as a book, and then like late high school, college age when like it was. I don't know. I feel like I hello. Speaking of handsome princess, because I guess Twilight has a handsome princess in the movie. I don't know. Jack, hey buddy, come here. Are you gonna try and jump on the tower and knock everything over? Yeah. But yes, I was very much not into the Twilight books or movies when I was of the age to be the target demographic because I had a lot of moral objections to them that I still stand by now, but I feel like now that it's not such a huge part of our cultural zeitgeist, it is a little bit easier to enjoy the like campiness and corniness of it. Um, so, you know, I will admit that I made my boyfriend, oh my god, I feel like it was like a couple months into dating, maybe not even that, but we definitely went and like binged the movies, and he'd never seen them before. He was, well, allegedly he had never seen them before, and he wasn't familiar with the series, and I was just like, I want to have this experience with you, with somebody who like has never consumed this media before, because it's like it's such a cultural touchstone, you know, and also it's just really funny. Also, I like how Jack is staying just barely off camera, so it looks like I'm talking to myself. I guess I kind of am. Supermassive black hole. Ooh, ooh. Honestly, I feel like that was partially how I was able to sell watching the series, because my boyfriend really likes Muse, and I feel like there's a couple. I feel like, I mean, yeah, I was the same, Lilith. As I said, I mean, logically, I do still agree with the things that I was like, you know, I do feel like this is like not really promoting or showing healthy dynamics and relationships for like young people who are the target demographic and maybe do not have the life experience yet to understand. It's like, you know, this is maybe not a blueprint for a romantic relationship or what you want in a romantic partner. And like, you know, because a lot of people were just like so obsessed with it, like at face value. I mean, somewhat funny that all these years later, I'm very much a Kristen Stewart and Rob Pattinson fan. Honestly, just like everyone in the movies were so hot, and it's actually impressive how they managed to make them so not hot. Like, I always forget that, like, oh my god, Ashley Greene, is that her name? Who plays Alice? Because she's like cute in that movie, but she's just like, she's such like a classically beautiful like lady, and even her in that was like, oh, also the guy who played Jasper is so hot in real life, and he is Jasper, they did him dirty, but it's so funny. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I told you this is a Twilight fan channel. Now I'm gonna talk about it, because I legitimately at first it was like, ah, these weird like through a Mormon lens like vampires, but I'm like, honestly, when you think about it, the Cullens are freaks. Like, the fact like that they're all like brother, sister, boyfriend, girlfriend, and that's like you know, that's just like how they roll, is like, that's pretty wild to just be like, yep, no comment about that. I mean, I don't know exactly how like watch party things work on Twitch for like copyright and stuff like that, but I know Big Smith is here with sound just for you. But yes, I know that people, yeah. Aren't you glad that you have sound? Wow. I know that people do like watch parties on here, so I'm just not quite sure how that like works, if like, you know, for like copyright claims, I guess, and stuff like that. No, I segue. That would be from like a Harry Potter topic. Hello, Nico. You've returned at a very good moment. We were talking about Twilight. I know, I was surprised when Big Smith was like, I'm here, hello. And it was just like crickets. Oh, we're just getting started, Nico, don't you worry. I have many opinions on. No, legit. I think that would be really fun to do, like a watch thing of the movies. Yeah. No, honestly, as I said, it's like, well, the first one was by one director. Uh, Possibly that was the only movie that was actually directed by a woman, I think. And I feel like the way that she approached the kind of like innate ridiculousness of the story translates pretty well. And also, oh my god, Kirsten Stewart looks like such a little baby in the first movie. Like when I was watching it, I was like, you know, because I myself was a little baby when I like would have seen the movie if and when it came out originally. But like she looks like very much like 15, 16, and Rob Pattinson looks like, well, as I said, they managed to make a lot of very hot people not hot in that movie. Yeah, honestly, I think that that is also why I can have like consume the movies and stuff like that in a more like just entertainment sort of way compared to like before. Because I'm like, when I was younger, I was definitely like, this is the worst thing ever. Never will there be anything as like damaging as this. And then like 50 Shades and stuff came out, and I was like, man, don't make me be like, Twilight was maybe not terrible actually. It was not as bad as this. Don't make me say that, because that's not right. But no, as I said, I feel like genuinely having seen the media that has come out inspired and since Twilight, it is kind of like you can be like, ah, this is kind of quaint in a way. Yes. Honestly, One Direction fanfics were such like a huge moment for so many literary things that happened in the last like 10 years or 20 years. I do have a new layout. Yes, I guess for anybody else. Oh, hello. Are you actually gonna be on camera? It's okay, Jack. It's okay. How, Dennis, get out. Get out. No, Fern was sleeping and Jack kind of snuck up on her a little bit. So he got the gruffins. Oh yeah, she just like, oh, yeah, it's just Jack. It's okay. It's okay. I know. Did he do you a startle? It's okay, sweetie. Yeah, everybody's okay. Yeah, no, Fern was laying down. She like didn't even get up. Oh yes, Lilith. I have many cats. So far, we did have Rosie walk through, and she knocked something over in the background. Jack and Rosie are usually the ones that want to be up on the desk, and also Fern, my tiny dog. So there are 4. It's true. One of them is like never in this room. Is like never in this room to be caught on the stream. And then Loki was in here before, but she does not come up on the desk, so she's polite. She knows the way of things, unlike everybody else. And don't get me wrong, I will admit that, like, you know, Fern is small enough that she can't get up on the desk by herself. You know, I enable her, but she is actually smaller than the cats who come up on the table, so if she is like laying there and being quiet and not laying on my tablet, then she is not very disruptive. And yes, Loki usually has something to say. I enjoy the fact that I think last stream she did a big hunt and she was doing her meows that I think you guys heard. Because she is always very proud. She's like, "Mother, look at what I have brought for us. Our feast shall be great tonight." Yeah, no, that's her hunting call, and I assume that it's because I give her attention of like hyping her up or whatever. But I do find it very funny. It's just it's very loud and she's not done until she's done. I feel like I think I was going to gripe about overlay layout thingy because yes, I did play around with the overlay a bit, and I am actually a little bit disgruntled because I was thinking that I was gonna have some like buttons that you could click and they would go places, and what I didn't know is that apparently you're not allowed to do that. So, you know, I don't need to have them, but I thought that it was a thing that I could do. So when I was like, wow, this is like, you know, I was looking at like HTML shit. I was like doing some like hacker in shit, except I didn't get in. So, so for now, I am leaving the little fake buttons in hopes that I will be able to figure out something to make them into real buttons because they're cute. Yeah. Yeah, just gotta hack the whole planet. That's our next step. Yes, I do open the floor to anybody more technically adept than me who might be like, oh yes, there's this thing to do that's really easy and obvious and you are just not knowing of it. So yeah, I guess like, because a lot of overlays specifically have like, basement. Oh my god. I was just talking about how my buttons aren't actually buttons and I don't know how to make them buttons. See, Big Smith, this is why you can't leave Twitch yet. You gotta help me problem solve things. Yeah, because like my thought was that you would well, apparently not, Dennis. Apparently I was mistaken, because I was gonna say, usually it is not unusual to have like the like section like along the bottom where they'll have like social media stuff, and I guess that people just use it as like to be like, this is my handle on these things, as opposed to like actually having a link. But I was like, again, I was thinking that I was just like, oh, I just like haven't done it, like I'm not worrying about it too much. And then I think last stream, because Black Thunder was asking about like where can I follow you elsewhere, and I'm like, okay, that's probably not a bad idea to have that as like something right on stream, and I'll look into it because I feel like I've been able to like finagle like I thought that I could just like add an image and then add like a thing to be like, you know, just connect it to this website. Yeah, no. I have been trying to like update my different things so that it's like putting like priority on my Blue Sky profile, even though I'm still not posting a ton on it. But yeah, I think I mentioned that I had for now I like set my Twitter profile to like private, and I'm not really like posting on it anyways, very much at all. Well, especially since I've been like, cool, everyone, it looks like it is finally happening and people are dumping ships, so I guess I will be among them. But I don't know, I like downloaded like the archive or whatever thingy, but I will admit that it's like, it does kind of suck because I do have like a bit of an emotional attachment to like that account, and I've had it for a long time, and it used to be like my main social media that I use both for like personal things and for work things, and I don't know, it just feels like sucky to like fully like shutter it, I guess. But so as I said, for now I have like set it into like private mode and I'm not like posting on it anyways. But yeah. And there's, you know, let me know if you guys want to go back to talk about Twilight instead. You know, it is kind of unfortunate from the point of view of like, obviously for a lot of like creative people on Twitter and whatnot, is like a large deciding factor was just the thing with all the like AI training and stuff like that. Hey Dylan, we're talking about AI and being sad. Well, we're about to. You know, because that was definitely like a large thing for me of just being like, even though I'm not posting on here all that regularly, I feel like, you know, if this is the way it's going to be going, I really want to make an effort to not like really be on here anymore. Because it sucks, you know. I guess the point that I'm making in a very roundabout, rambling way is that, like, you know, if I chose to like not be on Twitter anymore because I was like, okay, well, you're telling us that anything that we post can be used to like train your AI thing, and I don't want to do that, so you know, I'm outie. But then it's like it starts getting more complicated when it's like every like social media thing is being like, you know, now we're doing it, because you're kind of like, you reach a point where you're like, okay, well, you know, where can we go now that we get to have that option of whether. Yeah, I think that like the meta sites were rolling out something too, and I guess Twitter was just more like loud about it. I don't know, but yeah, like I realize that this is obviously not the priority of the tech people and like higher up making these like decisions, but it's like, it is shitty that we basically don't get the option to be like, I do not want my work to be used in this way, and like, you know, it is my like intellectual property and all that. You think it may be the thing? Okay. Is it something that could be explained in chat, or is it like complicated that it'd be easier to like do a voice call or just like group chat later? Okay, back he goes. I don't know if you guys know this, but drawing cross-legged things is a pain. Big old pain in the bum. And this is the added bonus of being supposed to be at a kind of weird angle, so. But yes, as far as social media platforms making it so like we don't really have a choice how our work is being like used, at least for the time being, I know that Blue Sky has said, you know, that they are not implementing that, and I don't know if that will be forever, but at least it is for now. So, you know, it's kind of all we can do, you know. Okay, I can't quite explain it, but this pose is kind of giving uh or Virgin versus Chad meme vibes. I feel like her arms are kind of like in that little like Chad pose. Is an AI on the moon. He'll be back soon. I don't know if these cross legs look good, but I grow weary of trying to draw them, so. Yeah, I don't feel incredibly confident in this and that I won't redraw it. Okay. Does it add extra content slash footage? Is it just like in 4K? Because I gotta tell you, I love it when they upscale old movies. That nothing looks better than that. And I'm being sarcastic if you can tell by me going very monotone there. But yes, I did not hear about that. Also justice, since you didn't get to see all the fur baby madness before. Go little guy. So little tiny puppy. This is sleepy little boy. Can you pass a captcha test, Big Smith? I will say that Fern is currently not on. That is so funny. I don't know if that still works on like bots on social media apps or not, but it just the whole concept of it being like that, it was such a simple like phrase to overwrite their like human mode. Sorry, I'm getting rid of her chatters. Honestly, probably, yeah. I was gonna say, I imagine if one was to sample a little bit of the moon, it would be very like igneous kind of rock. Maybe. Or maybe it'd be really like dusty. You know what? I believe you, Big Smith. I think you know what the moon tastes like. Somewhat of a admin question for anybody who has an opinion. You did it! What did you do? You're the best. You tasted that moon. Did you figure out how to make a button? Okay. I will click that link, not right this second, but thank you, Big Smith. I shall take a look at it. Admin question, right? If y'all had a choice between, so the like recommended like ad setting is basically like 3 minutes every 60 minutes, because then you get 50% of the ad revenue instead of 30, which again I don't love, but would you guys have a preference for being like oh, my question was going to be, would you guys prefer to have like more commercial breaks that are shorter, or would you like to do maybe like 1 3-minute long commercial break all at once every hour that you guys can go and like go pee or like stretch your legs or whatever? Just because I know that like when they're just kind of like popping up X amount of times during a 4-hour stream. Make a poll. I could. I suppose I shall. Y'all better not tie it again. Like a block every hour. Okay. Alright, well, I will. Let me make a little poll. How do I do that? Hold on. Let me take a look. Manage a poll. Hi. What's up? Hi. Said, hey, what's going on? Come on. Hey, okay. Oops. Be nice. Yeah. I wish you could do it for more than 10 minutes. So I feel like there's certain things that are like, sure, 10 minutes is enough, but this is true, you are. Yeah, that is one of the selling points of being a subscriber. That's okay. A poll hath been created. So yes, if you are not subscribed and are somebody who has to watch 3 minutes worth of ads every hour, then yeah, then your input might be a little bit more directly helpful, but I don't mind just y'all in general chiming in. Yes. What's up, lady? You okay? Right. Oh, are you out of food? Is that why you're in here? It has been saved. Nice. Yes. Doing a little bit of magic, maybe. Yes. This is all a trick. This is actually a stream sponsored by Chew 5-Gum. Or 5-Gum, rather. I didn't just kill the joke, it's fine. What? Oh yeah. Hello, Joe. Hi. I might need to pause for a moment to feed the cats because Loki is doing quite a holla holla. Hey, you starving? Puppy face. Loki. Hey, come here. I know we're gonna get her. Oh, looks like a mother. I know, it's okay. Yeah. Meow. Yeah. I know, you're a very beautiful girl. You're such a pretty girl. Oh, you're off camera. Hold on. So cute sounding. She is rather disgruntled. Alright, yes. I think a formal request has been put in for food. Yeah, I was getting the business there. Loki sometimes... she likes being picked up sometimes, but only in a very particular way, and very much on her own terms, so... That was, quite rude of me, I imagine. Okay, but yes, I'm like, it'd be kind of nice if I could choose to roll ad break, but I don't think I can. Because inevitably, if I, like, do a BRB, and when I come back, an ad's gonna happen, but, okay. Yes, I am gonna do that. I am gonna take just a wee little step away, so I shall be back. starvation has been warded off, at least for the time being, so. I actually have a, I went and you wanna come back up? I went and I, sat in on, Jawson, who I don't think is watching right now, but that's okay. And you're going to listen to me eat some peanut M&Ms. They basically asked, they were like, yeah, because they called me like Princess Gem 4, and then they were like, they're like, I'm not actually 100% sure like what they're like what Princess Gem's like preferred name is IRL, but I always read it as Jenna, like the 4 is an A. And I was like, huh, you know, I've legitimately never thought that that could be an interpretation of it. So, for the record, my name is going to make it even bigger. That is how I spell my name. And yes, I have 4 cats. Yeah, Piggy is the one that is not often. Well, she's like never in the office, so. I don't know. Again, I find it interesting. As I said, the Gem 4 being Jenna was just like mind blowing. Jinin. So I thought that that was interesting because I don't know. I guess no shade to any Jennas out there, but of the different like nickname versions of Jennifer that I've gone by over the years, Jenna is very staunchly the one that I have never gone by. So I just thought it was interesting. I wasn't offended or anything like that. All about balance. Maybe I should just start doing the Jeff Goldblum thing. Or he's probably done more than one interview where he's been sassy like this, but the interviewer being like, how do you pronounce your last name? And he's like, well, first of all, how dare you address me directly. Eating some peanut M&Ms for strength. I'm not actually sure what the interview is for. It might have been. As I said, I am sure that he has said shit like that more than one time. But I do find that energy amusing. have one more. What is it? Oh, okay. That I will allow. I thought you meant you had another incorrect way of spelling / pronouncing my name. That one is at least like kind of something cool and mythical to refer to. Not super common, I would say. I feel like since I had, like when I was living in Quebec and just like living close to Quebec up here in Ottawa, I feel like I've seen like a few St-Onges. I don't know if I've actually seen like another person. I know that there's like, I don't know, there's like an RV business or like a truck company along the highway that's St-Onge that I'm like, oh my god. And also there is a St-Onge jewelry shop in Mount Tremblant, which was very novel for me to find because I was like, wow, they have to give me stuff, right? Because my name's on the store. But yeah, no, for the most part, the main boon of moving closer to Quebec just meant that fewer people mispronounce my name. So, downside is that more people have presumed that I can speak French and just setting them up for disappointment. It's true, my name is not. I guess also technically I could claim that highway, the side of the highway vehicle business that I also mentioned, but I mean, to be fair, I'm honestly not really that interested in a jewelry shop, but it was more just the novelty of it. And also, for those of you who are not familiar with it, which would not be that strange, Mont Tremblant is just a like kind of like a ski resort thing that is I want to say like maybe like a 2-hour drive into Quebec from Ottawa, maybe a bit further. But so it's like a ski resort, which is like fine, but it's also has this very picturesque, quaint, very like cutesy, like village in it, at the bottom of the mountain, and it's like kind of all built into like steps and stuff like that. I don't know, it's just cool. I don't think I could afford to actually stay at like the lodge or anything there, and also I do not do winter sports like that, but the aesthetic of Mont Tremblant Village is extremely cute. And it has a jewelry shop with my name on it, so. Hello, he's back. Can you not have your butt right in my face, please? I want to find a picture of Mont Tremblant, like the village, to be like, look at how cute it is. Do I only have one? Oh, check, please. Jack, I'm begging you. Oh my god. What, do you have food now? So you're very lovey-dovey. Hi. So can I do that? No, I can't. You're annoying. So this is like this is Mont Tremblant from like, I guess, a little bit up one of the hills. See if I can find a good one from like actually on the streets here. This stream is not sponsored by Mount Tremblant. Yeah, well, and obviously it's like, I mean, it is like, it's a resort, right? So, I don't know if you can actually live like in the village here. Like I think it is like a tourist seasonal thing, but I'm actually not sure now that I think of it. Yes, I feel like it's very like cutely kind of like European looking. And also I'm just somebody who really enjoys like a mountain. Because the area that I'm from in Ontario is very, very flat. And sorry to the GTA, but kind of ugly. So that was definitely something that like when I moved to like capital area, and it's not like, Ottawa is not mountainous, but it's like, it's not flat. So you know what? Like that was like a pretty big boon, and then like getting to go and see like Mont Tremblant and stuff like that was cool. Yeah. So here's a picture of a deer hanging out. This is like, you'd be coming from the road, and this is kind of like the entrance that you would kind of be going into. Like it's kind of like the main entrance, I guess. I hope they do Lucha. As I said, I didn't actually stay, because I did go there as like a trip kind of thing, like a weekend. But I think we stayed somewhere else, because understandably it was expensive. Excuse me. Okay, one more picture and then I will get back to doing actual things. I mean, we went, because I know, oh, is that the shop? We did Fyra. I think that it was actually, because I went with my ex and my ex-in-laws. So we went there before we went Fyra. Like, going with you was my second time going and hiking that mountain. Okay, one more. Oh my god, that one's really tiny. Okay, that's my last aesthetic little picture for you. Man, okay, I have to like be honest with y'all, is like I am a fall girly. I am like basic autumn bitch through and through. But I'm a winter enjoyer. I'm a big winter enjoyer actually. And I get to say that because I don't have to shovel anything. I don't have to commute anywhere on a daily basis. So I can very much just enjoy the aesthetics of winter. Well, I'm also somebody who's very much like, I am very much the sort of person who like, I like living somewhere that has like discernible seasons in it, because usually that means that the bugs don't get very big. And as much as I have a lot of respect for bugs, I prefer them to not be like a year-round thing that can just grow indefinitely and be massive. So that is a big boon to me. I feel like having this as a horizontal panel isn't the best. I kind of made a comment before, but this is like, I am such I'm such a hoe for this like a vertical final panel on every single page that it takes a lot of effort for me to not just have it be the layout for every page. It just fits so well in most things. Yeah, well, and that is kind of an unfortunate thing, Lucho, just that, like, you know, with climate change, we increasingly have, like, less and less, like, ambient fall. I would say less spring as well, but I feel like fall is the one that, like, gets hit a lot more. Because it's so fleeting anyways. Bugs are fine. Yes. Yeah, no, I am, I know that it's one of those things that's, like, takes points off of my, like, spooky, weird person cred. And I think that bugs can be interesting. I think some of them are very interesting, but I get a little squeaked out by them. Man, it's like being a bug, man. I wouldn't want to be a bug, and I wouldn't want to be a fish. I don't want to be either of those things. Just like, just in case anyone was wondering. I'm just trying, and I'm like, oh god, stairs, how? Stairs, what they do. I will agree that octopi seem less automatically food. No, street cred might be a little slow down there. That implies I actually go outside of my apartment. Haven't you heard that song, Nico? It was about me. Jenny from the block. God. Actually, that was a thing that when that song was popular, I definitely had people in my grade school tease me. I do go out, Big Smith, it is true. I definitely go out more than I have previously, so I think that that is definitely a large boon of actually living downtown when you do not have a vehicle, so. Toto show? Toto, like, they bless the rains down in Africa? I will admit, that exhausts my Toto knowledge, I'm afraid. Also, 3 hour is not a 3-hour walk. At least not to, like, get over to Parliament. Was it good, Lucha? I assume that it was a good experience. You're like, nah, absolute dog shit. Fair. I could see that. Also, I feel like if you've heard this theory already. This sounds very slow bro meme, but I like the interpretation that Africa is a song about being a werewolf. Because I know it probably isn't, but also it does kind of make sense that it's about being a werewolf and trying to not be a werewolf. Okay, there is probably a Tumblr post that can explain it better than I can, slash it's probably where I saw this interpretation. But yes, the interpretation that it is about a man who has gone to find somebody wise in the way of the occult in Africa because he had become a lycanthrope and he's not about it. Okay, now I'm gonna have to find that post. Hopefully it will not be too hard to find. Hold on. Africa song about werewolf. Thanks, Google. Is this the one? Hold on. Okay. Do you guys want me to just read the post and you believe me that this is not just me making up this thing? So, the occult theory of the song Africa by Toto. And this was originally a tweet thread by David Hines. From how long ago? I don't know. So, quote, "Gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. So why is the singer not with her now? This is my theory of Toto's Africa. In Toto's Africa, why is the speaker in Africa in the first place? Answer, he is hoping to find some long-forgotten words or ancient melodies. He is a student of the occult. Why has the singer of Toto's Africa gone to Africa, leaving his love, in order to hunt up obscure folklore? He tells you, I seek to cure what's deep inside, frightened of this thing that I've become." Hey, Wheeldeck. Oh, perfect. We're talking about werewolves. We summoned you. He's a goddamn werewolf. Wild dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. Those aren't dogs. Why does he bless the rains down in Africa? Because the cloud clever blocks the moon. Too long didn't read. Toto's Africa is about a lovesick werewolf in Africa seeking out ancient lore to find a cure for his unfortunate condition. And as I said, I don't think that was the original intention of the song. However, for my own purposes, I choose to subscribe to that interpretation of it. I am sorry that you have only heard this theory after seeing it live. And don't get me wrong, I just love any song that could be interpreted as being like an occult or paranormal reference. So Wheeljack, I am trying to get some page roughs done for the Dead Name book. Excuse me. I've made a little bit of progress. I did this page and I am working on this page. So, I figured I would maybe try to do like, I was gonna say like 5 pages, but I can see it is not that unusual for a page to take like an hour-ish to do thumbs for, depending on like how complicated it is and stuff. Okay. Oh god. So man, this is the kind of shit that we're losing now that Twitter is so fucked up. I know that we can, in theory, have it on Blue Sky, but I will also admit that I do get nostalgic sometimes for the lengthy Tumblr monologue or unintended back and forth conversation, adding more and more details to a random post. I also know that the thing with working on thumbnails that can be kind of tricky sometimes is like, and this is why I don't want to, because on Aja, the first book, I basically spent X amount of time doing all the pencils for all the chapters at the like start of the process. I don't know why that had air quotes. I guess maybe because it's one of those cyclical things that like, was there a start? Was there an end? But like I spent like a decent amount of time doing all the like page layouts, like this level of detail kind of thing. And then when I actually kind of like looped back around to start doing inks on the pages that I had done layouts for, it was like had been months and months since I had done the pencils, and when I was like actually focused on like a page at a time, I was like, oh, I would do this differently, or like, you know, this was maybe not the best like solution for this. So I ended up like, after spending months doing all the pencils, I got to a point where I was basically redoing the layout for every single page anyways when I came to it. So this time I am wanting to break it down into like much more like kind of like chunks, like scenes, I guess, so that I can like kind of have some road to show the rest of the team, but I'm not like getting that far ahead that like I'm completely disconnected to the work by the time I get to it, because I feel like that was not the best example of working smarter, not harder. I mean, I like to think about it in like, I guess trying to frame it in a kind of like more positive way, rather than being like, oh my god, I just like wasted my time. A lot of time, I wasted months of work because I'm redoing it, and more so looking at it from the angle of like, I feel like I have a better way of solving this problem now because I have learned X amount of things since I originally did these layouts, you know? So seeing it as more of like a growth and getting better at your skill building. Like, but yes, both past and future gen are Aldrich entities. Very mysterious. Don't know what's going on with them. No, it's okay. As I said, that's me trying to frame it in a positive way, because I definitely feel like, honestly, I don't have these moments as much as I used to in the past, where I would like see drawings that I did X amount of time ago and be like, oh my god, absolute like horse shit, so bad, I could do it so much better now. But like that tended to be my attitude for like a lot of my like older drawings, that I was like, oh, I gotta redraw this, I can do it so much better now. But because yes, especially having that attitude when you are working on a 200-page comic is not the best approach, I will admit, even if I do not 100% actually follow that advice. But way too much effort into this little teeny tiny panel. But ain't that the way she goes? Also, Lucho, I don't 100% remember if it was you who was asking about like how I do my background drawings, or like how much like freehand I guess I do for my environments, because I would say a lot of my process is kind of like this at this point, where I am like very much just like off the cuff doing a little doodle, and then I might get more specific with like making sure perspective looks right and stuff in the like actual drawing. Mostly I just want to get like the vibe down and like general like shot decisions. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna show that because Big Smith had commented on wondering about perspective guides. Now see, this curved staircase, there's not a super easy way, I don't feel like, for me to use like their perspective rulers to do it, so making my future job harder, it's fine. Well, you are speaking an entire not your first language, so, you know, that's a very large leg up on anything that I can do, so. And I have saved. Yes, that is my name. You did. How are you doing? What are you up to on this fine evening? Now you shall have to listen to me eat some minutes. Are you doodling OCs? It's true. It's not that simple. It's not like a 3-stage Pokemon evolution here. He has to defeat the 15 subsequently bigger Smiths. He doesn't know who they are or where they are. Yes, except yeah, I was gonna say, except it's not earning him the love of a Ramona Flowers. It just means that he gets to finally claim his spot as Big Smith 1. Or maybe just Big Smith. And the numbers only start at Big Smith 2, maybe. Are you streaming right now, Big Smith? No, you'll be Biggest Smith. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were doodling on stream that Nico said that. That would be quite impressive. There's a reason they have the username. There's a lot of followers on here, I think. It's true, that would be a boon of every Big Smith that you defeat. You get their followers. That was a very, like, Mickey sounding little giggle. I'm very sorry for that. Burp. I think Fern's snoring.
is so alien from anything that we understand in the West that it may stretch your skulls a little. I don't know. Because, of course, integration means that you get two aspects of yourself together and acknowledge them both as you, the conscious and the unconscious, the power of the ego and the power of the psyche. And so in every art one realizes there comes a point where your will is exhausted. You've tried everything to make something work, and it won't work. And then to achieve the perfection of the art, something has to happen of itself, which we variously call grace, inspiration, or charity. The problem that everybody's always wanted to know is how to make that happen.
I think that that is sweet. I think Big Smith means in a corporeal sense. That is very anime coded of you. Pachin, yes, what? Well, very many important things in your day. Also, I don't know, Big Smith. I know that you like to seem all like you're only here for being a bother, but I can't hear you over the sound of you being a supportive friend coming to my stream all the time. I feel like I dragged myself there a little bit. It is true. Nah, I mean, I feel like you and Fyra both have this dynamic with me that is a very like sibling sort of friendship, I think. Yes. Well, I mean, I am definitely in contact with you and Fyra more than I am with my bio siblings, or with my biological brothers, so. Not for any malicious reason, just as a data fact. Okay, well, one of my brothers is like, actually, both of my brothers are like never on social media. Neither of them are really big texters. Like, you know, As I said, it is not out of any sort of maliciousness or upset that I am not in contact with them. Bold of you to think that you have a choice in the matter this far into our friendship. You would be my biggest brother, it is true. But yeah, no. Not by much. You suck at texting as well. No, quite. Well. Yes, both of my brothers are like beanpoles, like me. Right. I was just going to comment that so far, I will say that the social side of Twitch that I have experienced so far, there is no bigger Smith on Twitch. Just like in like chatting amongst yourselves and also just like, you know, chatting with me as I'm doing stuff. I feel like I have had a pretty good experience so far. Like people have been very nice and like I feel like interested in a way that is supportive for me and stuff like that. So I've had a good experience so far. And I don't think Wheeljack was here when I did the add question poll. I obviously haven't switched anything up yet, but it's alright, Lucho. We will wait. We will wait for you. Got car ad. I wish that you could at least like kind of choose the types of ads that you would get. And back? That was fast. Just because I know that like I mean I guess maybe it is like specific to you as a viewer algorithm, but I always just get so many ads for like friggin' like gambling stuff and all that shit now that they made it legal in Ontario for you to promote, to do like advertising for gambling apps and sites and stuff, because it wasn't actually a thing you could legally do for a long time. So now there's just like so many ads for gambling things that I am 100% not interested in and will never be interested in. So I have some grumpy thoughts on it, in case that is not obvious. Just another Doug Ford little gift to us all. I don't know. I think that I have been fortunate in a lot of my online experiences, to be honest, like on different sites over the years, that I don't want to be like I've never had a negative like internet experience, because that wouldn't be true. But I feel like for the most part, I feel like I get very lucky with the interactions that I have with like people, either as one-off or like repeated interactions. Nobody is too weird to me or like harasses me really bad. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm like, oh, nobody harasses me. Yeah, no, it's like, um, you know, especially as a lady in comics, which is kind of infamously not a place that is very friendly to any sort of marginalized individual. Yeah. I have not had anybody seemingly go out of their way to like harass me or like bother me on any one end. I feel like I've been letting Lucho off the hook a little bit because he's been adding an H, which I find so very interesting that I almost don't want to call it out. Bannable offense. As I said, I appreciate that my name has a few different variations, so it is okay. Yeah, well, as I said, I just thought it was very interesting that I didn't know if it was kind of like how somebody who spoke French first might default to spelling Jen with a G for like Genevieve or Genevieve. They do. They're like an N that has like a little Pikmin. Okay, we can't see it. A little Pikmin antenna on top. Exactly. I can't explain why, but you get a pass on this, Lucho. I will accept you calling me Jhen. Jehen. Yeah, go ahead. I guess I could post it on Blue Sky. I'm still, I don't know, still kind of feeling weird / unsure about like my posting schedule between when I share stuff on Patreon versus yeah, I mean, if you would like, I could plan to post it like today. If you would prefer to retweet it for me directly. Because I guess I don't specifically need to like not share it, you know. As I said, I feel like commissions are a little bit like weird for. Okay, I will do that then. Because I don't know if it really makes sense to do like early access on Patreon for like commissions as much as like fan art or like original art, if that makes any sense. That's kind of just been how I have done it. Hmm. Surely that is not a tiny puppy making that snore. I feel like, sometimes we'll do that in like a friend group. A lot of times I've done it more in like a classroom or like work setting, I guess. I have mixed feelings on it, I guess. Just from like a personal opinion way, not in a specifically moral way. Nico is a Twitch find actually. He's just cool and likes to hang out on our chats, which I think is why Big Smith was saying Nico's so supportive, and I've never even met him in real life. But Fyra, Big Smith, and I all know each other, like IRL, for a long time. We're saying how we've been friends for a long time, Fyra. Gosh. Are you like on pain meds right now, Fyra, or are you just like ambiently like relaxing? Also, I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background. There's like... Hold on. Fern is just snoring really, really loud. There. I don't know if she's doing it now, but believe me, she is. More than 10 years. So how long has it been since college? Jesus. Yeah, and I've known Big Smith since high school, although not that we were like enemies in high school, but we I feel like we were very on like the peripheries of the same friend group. So I didn't know you super, super well in high school. It was on site. You're like this bitch. Yeah, no. I feel very fortunate to be able to say that I have a lot of friends. She hit me with a chair. Oh my god. Also, for the record, I did not hit Big Smith. I don't think I've ever hit anybody with a chair. It would require the upper body strength that I just do not have. I think Big Smith is just trying to slander me. I am a very gentle individual. Mostly we have a running gag that we are nemesis. Mostly because we just like to razz each other up a lot. Okay, that was different, and that was not on purpose. I had not even been introduced to him at that point. It was just a intuitive reaction. There's no chair story. Big Smith, stop. Stop trolling. Your ads are so short, Lucho. Did I shorten them? I also find it funny, the implication of like, I can't say that nobody maybe saw a Big Smith and like wanted to attack on sight, but Big Smith is generally a pretty chill person, but I think he is quite a tall, large individual, so you would not look at him and be like, I'm gonna pick a fight with that big, tall dude. It is. He's a big boy. Large and in charge. Also, I like how we were very like focused in on the not real story of me attacking Big Smith in high school apparently, and glossed over the actually real story of the time that I accidentally hit Fire in the face with a plastic ball and broke his glasses. Again, it wasn't on purpose. It wasn't malicious. I don't think I could have done it if I tried. We were at like, oh my god, I'm trying to remember what it was, because it wasn't paintball. What was it? Okay, well, lasers usually aren't balls, but yeah, I remember it being something like that, that there was like turret kind of things that you could like load the balls into and shoot at each other. Yeah, no, and it was like right at the end of the game. I remember too that it was like, yeah, I felt bad. As I said, it was not. That's just science. I'm sorry if it's like a little bit controversial. Oh god. Big Smith, I have some balls you can look at. It's these nuts. I'm sorry to stoop to such profanity. I will say that the 15-year-old boy in me does still love a what up dog or these nuts joke. Still makes me laugh. But I know I can't do a your mama joke with Big Smith, even though I think those are also funny. I think the funniest your mama joke you can do is with your siblings, and we do. Except then my mom will be like, y'all. We're like, not actually you, mom. Oh god. Oh right, because you guys do metric, right? Do you want me to do a quick conversion for y'all there? Or do you know what you are in centimeters? Would be what you would be more familiar with, right, Lucha? Like for measuring someone's height, just as opposed to like 1.82 meters. I feel like, wouldn't you be taller than that? Because you're above 6 feet. Don't make me do math. That just ain't right. I think at least we can all come together and say that even if we can't agree on like Big Lucha, you can if you want. I don't know what numerical placement you can claim, but you could if you want. Right. That as much as we cannot agree what the right way of like measuring things is between metric and imperial, we can agree that the Brits are wrong for measuring things in stones. That is what I will say. I'm like, I don't even know if there's any like British people in the chat to defend Britain, but 'Also, sorry, was it a simpler time before Google lied to you, Big Smith? Or like, it was a simpler time and that's why the Brits like to measure things in stones? Follow-up question. Do you guys know how much a stone actually weighs? Like, as a unit of measurement? Because I have to say, I don't agree with it. 10 pebbles. No. 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 You're guessing things that would be so logical. I'll give you a hint. It's not like it's not like a round number like that. It is 14 pounds. Did you just Google that, Big Smith? Yeah, no. It is. It's 14 pounds. That's how much a stone weighs as a unit of measurement. If you did not know that, now you do. And you can join me in the club of measuring things in stone. It's crazy. I mean, I'm not British. You don't have to respect me as a British person. I don't weigh things in 14-pound increments. That's quite a few stones. No, we're just over here freestyling between metric and imperial is more our style here in Canada. Fyra, I thought you were sick and suffering. I'm somewhat of a programmer myself. That was me earlier trying to figure out HTML coding to make my buttons work. Actually, I'll show you my most relatable Willem Dafoe meme because now I want to show it to you. I feel like it explains a lot of things. God, I love Willem Dafoe. Man, this is apparently not one of the more popular ones, apparently. It's not the looking up meme. This is just very evergreen to me. This is my, I'm a bit of a William Dafoe meme myself. He's just like me for real. Also, I appreciate that Wheeljack and I made the same joke at the same time. As I said, Willem Dafoe is someone that I really like as an actor, so I appreciate the ridiculousness of him sometimes. I am excited to see him in Nosferatu with 2,000 live rats. Rather than looking through files, I'm going to see if I can find a room reference for something I already... No, they were real rats. That was why it was so exciting. I mean, I feel like if you can do the job, Lucha, then that's pretty, like... I was gonna say, Big Smith isn't like a programmer career-wise, more... I mean... Okay, I did not draw much of this room, actually. Well, Big Smith went to school for programming, but it's not like his day job. So. So just very casually, like, look at my book. Yeah, that's pretty different from programming. Also, ain't that the way? Oh. Don't ask me to roast you. I'm just a sweet, gentle soul. I could never. It is true. Also, I wouldn't say that you use none of them. I feel like you have been doing a lot of like art program stuff that has been like that has like been stuff that's like incremental slash like stacking kind of skills, so Yeah. Sometimes I think about your screen printing stuff, Big Smith, because I'm like, I assume that it would take a bit for you to get it set up. Like, it's like a. I feel like woodworking, I would consider it like a art type crafting skill. Car, I'm not so much. Yes, unless you are really putting a lot of artistry into it. It's motivation. Well, because sometimes I'm like, oh, what if I just wanted one shirt? Yeah. Or like a very small batch run of like shirts. Well, because I think, obviously, I realize it is like a time thing, and if I was to get like a bit of an order from you uh, of like a shirt design, like I know I had kind of thought about asking you for help with those Rosie t-shirts. I feel like I could like simplify it a bit more because I know that technically it is more than like a few colors. Yeah. Uh, just because, admittedly, the shirts that I got, this was, I got them for the conventions I did like in the summer, early fall. And I guess this was like mostly expected, but the way that they did it was like it was more like I feel like acrylic isn't the right way to describe it, but it's kind of like a transfer almost. Yeah. Which compared to like a screen print is much more like lasting for like a custom shirt. So a screen print would be nicer for like designing like an actual shirt. That'd be my thoughts. And honestly, I feel like that design, I could even do something that was just like pure like black. So it's like it was only one layer, but to still kind of give a little bit of the impression of having like texture to it. Excuse me. Are you checking to see how much wear has happened on the iron-on? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, because as I said, I feel like it's something that I could, if that was like my plan to have it like actually be done as like a screen print. Because part of it was that I was like, you know, they're not going to be printing it in that way, so it doesn't really matter if I have 2 colors or a million colors. Also, just for context of people who have not seen this shirt, this was the design that I did up that people seem to like online, so I ended up making it as a shirt design. There's a swear in it. But yes. Actually, this one looks, I'm not sure if I think, is this the one that I actually used? Yeah, that was the one, because it has the chromatic aberration. Oh. Also, this is Rosie. She was my muse for this design. If Rosie could have a contextual thought, I'm sure she would be. How much did I pay? I want it, let's say like ballpark price of like $15 to $20 a shirt, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, that is the number that is coming to mind. Maybe it was $10 to $15. But yeah, that was sort of the thing of like, for like pricing the shirts and stuff like that, of like, I guess I should have automatically priced them more, but I was like, I don't know. To make like a decent markup, I would have had to like make them quite a bit more expensive. I mean, maybe I should just pull up my email that had the actual information in it, because I am giving you a lot of estimates here, so one second. That was not it. Yes, so I got 46 of them, it looks like, with different sizes, but that didn't really affect it that much. So let me see, 46. Yeah, so I paid like $17-ish per shirt, it looks like. So, and sorry, I said 46 shirts. Wow, it's Corey. How you doing, Corey, on this fine Monday evening? Yeah, some attempts were made. I still need to work out some kinks with it because the buttons are not actually functional right now, but an attempt was made. So much Thanksgiving. I like the implication that I'm not doing something with focus already. I am working on thumbnails for Dead Name. So I have done a couple of pages of sketching so far. Hello, Digital Vive 117. Yes. So this is a sequel to my book with Mags Visaggio, Aja Waja. So I'm currently holding the French version here because I'm looking at a room drawing that I did. And so, yes, it is about one of the main characters in the story is a trans girl, and this story focuses a lot more on like her as like the main character compared to the first one where it was like her and the other girl are both like main characters. So yeah, so this isn't in French. Let me actually grab the English version so I can hold that up. Oh, puppy. Hi, a puppy princess. Hello. Fine. So yes, this is the English version. Hey puppy, you're so fucking cute. It is called the Aja Waja, which I realize is not the easiest name to go and look up or ask a store clerk for, but it is a book that is in like bookstores. I think it's Barnes and Noble in the States. Up here it's like Chapters Indigo. But yes, so this is Lainey, who's the character that I'm currently drawing on these pages, and she is a trans girl. And it's, when talking about this book, it's a little bit one of those things where I want to talk about the characters because Lenny is trans, and then the other main character, Val, is on the spectrum. And so I want to talk about that because I feel like when I tell people that and that is like relevant to them, it's like they get really excited and stuff like that. And I just want to be cautious because I don't want to make it sound like, oh yeah, this book, it's got a lot of like representation, you know, it's like, you know what I mean? I don't want it to seem like disingenuous because even though these things are important to who they are as characters and kind of their situation, it's not what the book is about, if that makes sense. So yeah, no, it's and Meg's herself is a trans woman. She is also on the spectrum, so she's was writing the story from a place that is very like personal to her own experiences, obviously. And I have, I have my own experiences with like shiny brain stuff and all that. So yeah, as I said, it's one of those things that I want to like talk about as like a pitch to people. I just try to be like a little bit careful about it. Um, yeah, well, and like as I said, the first book is a little bit more focused on Val as being like the main character, but her and Lainey are both the main characters. Whereas in the second book, Lainey is kind of more the main character. And yeah, but there are also stories that are like, nice. Yeah. Also, I find it very funny. Sorry, trying to get the camera to like actually pick up. Also, back cover. This is, I don't know. I was just really happy. I really like this cover. I thought I kind of ate, kind of went off. No, oh my god. I like the cover. But I do find it a little bit funny because I'll get tagged and like posts on Instagram and stuff like that from like Corey, don't come for me tonight. I'm too old to eat. I don't know about that. Sorry. That I get tagged and like posts on social media from like bookshops or like, if only I could read, Corey, then maybe I could hear your advice. And they'll be like graphic novels that you should read with like good trans representation or like autistic characters or like genuinely very nice things to be included with. Okay, for your brain. And as I said, I really like the cover for Aja. But when you see it like in a lineup with all the other like, books in these sorts of categories, the other ones are all very like pastel and like, very like gentle, like nice colored, very like cozy covers, and then you have this like bright angry red cover with like Corey, you are our little chat baby. Unless somebody younger than you starts coming regularly, but I don't think. Also, Big Smith. They, them. Oh, wait, no. I misread it. It's fine. You're good. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm sorry. Reading comprehension is good. Oh! My heart was hopefully in the right place. But yes, no, you're right. No, you're right. It has been saved. I think it depends, Lucho, on like what is the thing that you are. Do I have any water here? I do not have any water in my water bottle. I do have some coffee in my. Although I do acknowledge that coffee is not a. Yeah, no. I just figure I like to make sure that I am remembering if somebody has shared something like that with me, Yeah, no, that's what I said. I'm like, I admit that coffee is not a water substitute. And I should probably have filled my water bottle before stream because that means that I have maybe not had any water for 4 hours, so. Don't listen to him, Corey. You'll throw something at him and then he'll be like, oh my gosh. Do you know what they did 10 years later? Hit me with the chair. Oh. Also, I feel like I want to find like a picture of me and Big Smith to show like the size differential, but I also respect that Big Smith wants to be fairly untraceable. No, I won't. But if I like blurred out your face. Oh, good, okay. I am only small gen in relation to Big Smith. In fact, I am very regular sized gen, if anything. Looks like Grunkle Stan. I love that. I kind of don't want to. I mean, I won't say he doesn't. Well, now you have to read that in a Grunkle Stan voice. Oh man. Oh, that's so funny. Everybody knows. Everyone has a headcanon for what Big Smith looks like. I mean, it's true. He is older than me. Like, Grunkle Smith. Eliminate. No, what? What do I need to do? Are you trying to get free art from me, Big Smith? I feel like you could draw yourself as Grunkle Stan, and it would be good. Man, Gravity Falls is so good. But it's stream. I have 12 minutes on the clock left. I don't think I could do an entire Grunkle Stan Big Smith in that amount of time, but I mean, I guess I could try. Oh man, okay, hold on. Look at how easily peer pressured I am. I'm only doing this because I feel like I've been decently focused. Nope, it's too late now. Live with the consequences of your actions. Grunkle Stan dating sim. It should be its own stream. Oh man. Well, I mean, if you guys would like, I can put a pin in it and I can start on Wednesday, maybe as like a warm up. Because I feel like 12 or 11 minutes might be cutting it a little bit tight to do even like a doodle drawing. Something that I will show you though. When did I draw this? Should I do the poll again now that you guys are here? I do. 50% ad revenue, so thank you. Did I draw it last year? It is. Yes, I will run that poll again. Just give me a minute to find this drawing. Did I not save it as a file? Yeah, I assume that the ads played like everybody got an ad if they got one, so that is interesting. Where are you, drawing O'Brien? Y'all really gonna make me go on Facebook and find this drawing? That might be true, actually, if that is a thing. Oh God, why are you like this? I will take that. All right, so this is my friend fan art that I did of me and Big Smith, May 29th. I don't know why I couldn't find it in my folders. I mean, I would say that makes me think of the cool spider lady from James and the Giant Peach, which I would not object to being compared to. So this is a drawing of me and Big Smith. So, oh. I think I don't know if I was just watching like a lot of clips from like this because it was like Martin Sheen. Oh no, come back! Martin Sheen and David Tennant from like during lockdown that they were doing these videos together, and so this video is basically like how so he looks like a YouTuber. Where basically they were like saying, I think they're talking something about how they're like, oh yeah, we're just like, you know, staying productive, trying to like stay like doing creative things. And David Tennant is like, I painted or drew this pineapple. And he like holds up his drawing and it's a very rough interpretation of a pineapple. And Martin goes and brings out this oil painting, and David's just like, "Oh, fuck off! You did not paint that." He's like, "I did. I painted it this morning." And so, so this is David Tennant being like, "Fuck off," and Big Smith is does a lot of drawings quite fast. And this is me being like, "Oh, fuck off! I can't even draw one drawing right now." I love how specific that is, Corey. That's me. It's me for real. My face when Big Smith is like constantly posting art every single day and like, you know, multiple character drawings and like prolific. And to be fair, Big Smith, do not start. Don't even start with me. You're playing. You have 5 minutes left. Alright, I was going to... Okay, we're gonna make it shorter this time though. I wanna do it again. Ah, but it's okay. Darn it. Okay, I'm starting a new poll. um, yes, I did this poll earlier, but I'm not sure how many people who actually get ads were in chat. So yes, if you are somebody who is not subscribed and forced to endure ads, please consider casting a vote to let me know if I were to make an adjustment to how often ad breaks are happening during videos. Because basically, the threshold for like it goes from like 30% to 50% revenue, like is like the 3 minutes. So I was wondering if people had a preference for being like more ads that are shorter throughout an hour. You have casted your vote. Well, we have a few minutes, but yes. This table perspective looks interesting. Thank you for participating in this. I would say democracy, but it's more of a for my consideration. It's like a census. No, wait, not a census. That's not right either. It is a collection of public opinion for governing consideration. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, you could storyboard without being a super adept artist, but yes. And yes, I can agree with that. Don't say that. If you want my old man speech, no. A census isn't like an opinion poll, though. A census is like a collection of demographic data in a given area. Oh, yes. I'm just like the chef from Ratatouille, the big guy. Okay. I can tell you from experience that being like a perfectionist and doing comics is probably a circle of hell because I have lived. I mean, I continue to live it, but I would like to say maybe a bit less badly than I have in the past. So you look like shit. The perspective on this is very bad. Get out of here. Just pretend it isn't. It is 8 o'clock. I'll let the poll run out. I gave it 5 minutes, but if I could finish this panel, that would be cool. I know you joined us late today, Corey, which is okay. Mostly I'm trying to like stick to like my schedule. You'll add a profile picture. Wait, don't you actually have a? Yes. Also, as if I could ever sin/fault somebody for being late on my stream. I am not without sin. I could not cast the first stone. Aw, don't feel bad. Other than, you know, it is nice to have you come and hang out. You did show up. No, it's totally okay. Honestly, I feel like the first, like, while of, the first probably like hour or so, I would say that I was drawing, we were being pretty chill. So other than watching the process, it wasn't like a super chatty chat for a decent chunk of time, I would say. So oh. Well, Corey, good news for you. I post some VODs sometimes. No, since the internet didn't feck up on this stream, I will upload it to my YouTube, which I don't feel like I need to like promo it too hard, but I do have my YouTube channels for like that I try to actually like archive my VODs because Twitch only keeps them for like a week. So, you know, very important that the internet has these valuable historical streams to refer back to. So, well, I mean, the not fun answer. Oh, thank you. The not fun answer, I guess, Corey, is it depends. But so in my case, I have a script from the writer that I'm referring to, and so obviously I'm doing like the pencils for it. I also do the inks, which you guys found, or like I was doing on stream a little bit. In my case, I tend to like I don't really color my comics unless it's like a really short comic, like an anthology submission or something like that. But I worked with a colorist. It was Avery Bacon was a colorist on Aja, and I plan to work with them again on this one. So these are pencils, which is like kind of your initial sketch. So you're going from like beginning of the day. Why? Pyro, hold on. Oh my gosh, you're right. There's also a step in the colorist stage. Yes. Where yeah, so like as I said, so I started like these 3 pages that I penciled today. Like I started with a blank page. And I went and like first I did like figured out like the panel layout I wanted to do. And I feel like this is kind of the part that is maybe the hardest to explain to somebody how to do it, just because it's like it's a very like there's not like one right way to problem solve a page layout, which can kind of make it harder a little bit in some ways. Because I've definitely done like layouts and then done all the like panel sketches and stuff like that, and then gone back because I was like, oh, well, actually, yeah. And then I just went through and filled in like each of the panels one at a time, referring back to the script. And yeah, I'm gonna send the sketches off to like the rest of the team just to kind of so they can see like what I'm planning. I do, Lucho. So this is, I believe this is a left-hand page because it's an even number, and usually odd numbers are on the right, so you do flip. So depending on what you're doing, like with this, I've kept all the panels like in the main part of the bleed. So if the page became an odd number or something, it wouldn't make a huge difference. But generally, you want to be careful with like, watch as I say this, I'm going to be like, yeah. I mean, this isn't like a huge thing, but like on this one, this is like where the page turn would happen because this is an odd number page. So usually you just don't want to have like too much stuff going into, yes, that is actually, that is a consideration. Yeah, that was definitely something that there's a few sequences in Aja where I feel like I did like think about that pretty specifically in how I was designing stuff. So you don't always need to have like the page turn, but it is something that can be like you know, again, it's one of those things that I feel I feel a little bad trying to explain like off the cuff just because I'm like some of this stuff I don't know like what is like intuitive for somebody else or like something that they would be able to just be like, yeah, okay, I get that, and how much of it is like stuff that is like skill building that I have done that is kind of intuitive to me at this point. And that makes it sound like it's not an effort, which it is. So I still find page layouts are hard because you really have to like with this one, for example, as I eat my M&Ms, this page, for example, so you know, the script said that this is a, while counting, this is a 6-panel page. And it has like panel 1, Lainey is sitting in her room, she's coming down the stairs, blah, blah, blah. So like something that I was thinking about here is like, okay, let's have a kind of like wide panel because we want to see the interior. Are you guys in an attic? I will finish this thought. I know that they can't hear me right now. I'm like, did I change the setting? I shall wait for you guys to return. Okay. Yeah, no. I was just saying I'll finish my thought at least on that. Um, so right. So thinking that I'm like, okay, I know that I'm gonna want to do like a shot of the room. Um, and so for that, doing like a horizontal panel is usually like a good idea. And obviously, there's no like one style of panel. As I said, that's kind of what makes it tricky with doing page layout because like um there isn't one right answer. So you're kind of like you kind of just have to figure out what is a good answer. And then my thought was is that Lainey is coming down the stairs. We see that there are photos on the wall as she goes by that are pictures of her over the years, some of them pre-transition. And then she's down, she's talking with her mom. Her mom's like, "Oh, we gotta go pick up your grandma from the airport. You gotta get ready." And she's like, "Oh, all right, fine then." And then uh, these pages are like kind of have like an inner monologue running. So she's like, more inner monologue here. And my thought with this was like that she's going down the stairs, so kind of having a little bit of the stair motion with the panel as well. I don't know how much that reads, but that was kind of the thought that I was having. So it's like, um, whereas for like this one, I feel like when I go to inks, I might make this one like possibly not even have a panel on it or give it like a more like wibbly magical kind of edge because it's like it's supposed to be like she's in a fantasy sequence. Um, and then her mom calls from the bottom of the stairs. Um, but yeah, and then when I do the inks, as I said, I did work on some of these on stream, so to kind of show you. Um, so this is basically like where, um, like, this would be a page that, assuming the rest of the team doesn't have any notes or anything like that, that I would pass this along to the next people in the process. So, in our case, um, 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 so in the case for this book, what I had started to say is that sometimes, when sometimes a colorist will just like take like a page like this and work on it completely from beginning to end of the colors. Sometimes they will work with people called flatters, and Thyra was actually a flatting assist on Aja for Avery, who is the colorist. And the flatter's job is to go in and basically do these kind of like blocking out all the different shapes so that the colorist just goes in and kind of like has to put in the actual colors and they're not doing as much manual labor. Um, I feel like I was not as hands off as I could have been for the Aja. Um, because like a lot of the times, yeah, so like I'm not sure if I have any easily accessible. Um, like Fyra's part of the process would be like the ideas that he would be going in and doing like, be like, okay, here's one shape neater than this, but like just to give you an example, so it's like, okay, here's this guy, so I'm gonna block him all in like this, and then get another color that is very different from that one, and you go in and be like, okay, and now here's this shape. So then when, okay, well, again, neater than that, but do you? Um, I will go find some, uh, just to explain the very general idea of what flatting is. Uh, so then when the colorist comes in, they can more easily be like, okay, I'll just paint bucket, like, you know. Um, well, and you can go in more detailed. It kind of depends on the colorist slash like the flatter, because some colorists, I think, they don't like they like doing some of the more like uh because you could also go in and do like make his shirt one block of bright color, his skin one block, his like hair like all. So as I said, it just depends a little bit on like the process that they have between colorist and flatter. um yeah, well, and especially on like a 200-page book kind of thing. Are you Fyra or Cardiff on here? There we go. So, first I will provide this link. So this is Fyra's pinned post with a but like this is an example of the flats that Fyra did for Avery on Aja. Yeah. As far as the highlighting and shadows, so if we were handing over like this is also maybe a decent example page for this. So with this one, you can see that I included some grays. So for me, when I'm doing like inks, if I have like a specific idea already for like lighting from like a narrative kind of like point of view, like with this shot, then I do like to include that with my inks, and then the colorist can kind of like build off of that or like make them a color and not just gray or something like that. Just because it's like I do color my own work, it's just that doing it in a comics like scope is a very big job. And also I find that because I actually did the colors for the first chapter in Aja before I brought Avery on, and when I look at those pages, I'm like, I am genuinely like, I think that they look good, but it's also like they took so much longer than I thought that they would on a project that was already taking a very long time. um, I feel like if I was to include this sort of thing, that like it was part of like the design of a panel, if that makes sense, then like I would prefer for the colorist to like at least incorporate the values into it, because like in this scene, I really wanted to emphasize that it's like where like because I imagine that like Avery the colorist would put more shading on this, um like they could go in and still add like highlights and shadows and stuff like that. But this is just like, let's make sure that we are getting this contrast. Um, Honestly, I feel like I approach my inking in my comic work almost in a way of like, if this didn't get colors, it would still look like finished, if that makes sense. Like that something like this page I feel like still has enough like contrast and like value flavor to it that it doesn't look like it's incomplete. Um, um, but yeah, I think also I will say, um, as much as because I'm like so The short answer to the question of like, if I include like shading notes like this, is it like, they must do it? Uh, I don't know. I haven't seen it from the other side. I feel like the colorists that I've worked with, we've been like collaborative in a way that it didn't feel like I was being like, you must do this. You know what I mean? Like it felt like we were like pretty on the same wavelength, that they would be like, okay, I'm just gonna like pick this up and do like the next steps with it, as opposed to me being like, how dare you do this thing? um, but yeah, some. Oh, and then once it's all colored, it gets sent to the letterer. So there's a decent amount of steps. It's not unusual on larger projects, like a lot of like DC and Marvel stuff, especially. Um, they will have a penciler and an inker. So they'll have a person who does like this stage, which is like the page layouts and like the stuff. And then they pass it along to the inker, and who like goes over their lines. And honestly, this is something where my like talking just about like my own sort of like process and stuff, like as you can see, I don't feel like my pencils are like at a stage that I can hand them off to somebody else and have them draw something that looks like my finished project, if that makes sense. So to me, I consider the inking stage the stage where, I make it look like my art, I guess, if that makes sense. But in those bigger projects where they do split it up, it's like the penciler is the one who's like the inker is like labor as opposed to like creative decision making, which I find very strange. Because yeah, I think both roles. Well, to be fair, it's a control thing, right? That I'm like that I want my pages to look a certain way and like my liner to look a certain way, and I mean, I certainly don't get it right all the time. I would say I'm not sure how much communication goes back and forth um, like once a penciler, if we were thinking of the penciler as like number one primary artist for like design decisions and stuff like that, like the inker wouldn't go in and be like, oh, I didn't like this, so I changed this. You know what I mean? Like their job is like they're basically tracing the pencils, which is why I say that they're like more like labor. And I don't mean that in any sort of like bad way. I'm just kind of explaining versus like when I go in and do inks, like I'm not just gonna go in and like trace over these lines. I'm gonna like refine them and like uh you know. And that's what I mean when I say like, yeah, I could see that. I well, maybe a way to describe it is like when you have a penciler and an inker, it's kind of like the inker is to the penciler as the flatter is to the colorist. Except reverse order, but yeah. Um, but yeah, as I said, I have actually not really worked on a project that was like all the way through. One person was penciler, one person was inker. Because on Harley, I did have some assistance for inking later on, and yeah, I mean, I was still like primary like pencil person, I guess, but it was different. Remembering. Oh, yeah. Well, and sometimes, so if I was an inker and somebody else had given me those pencils, me doing that would not have been the job description. um, unless it was a thing where they're like, this is more like the composition and you can go in and do the like final details. But I feel like normally you wouldn't do that. for better or worse, sometimes, yeah, I'm in trouble with myself. I mean, uh, no, it's okay. Well, and like, because sometimes it's a thing of like, with a face like this, it's, there isn't much of a face going on there. I'm gonna basically be drawing the face just like fresh when I eventually ink this panel. But this still gives me an idea of like the framing and like what all like kind of angle and like where it's going to be and stuff like that. Versus like I would say like this panel is closer to being like I wouldn't have to do it as from scratch when I come back and ink it. Um, but it's like so sometimes though I'll do like a pencil sketch and work it to the point where I'm like, cool, I like this. Let's move on to inks. And then when I start inking it, this is actually kind of like a bit of a running gag with doing like, I mean, it happens in traditional art too if you do sketch and then ink over it with pen. But like in digital stuff where like you'll be like, oh, this pencil look like they look so good. It's like got good energy. And then when you go and you do the inks, it kind of like flattens because you're not working as loosely anymore. And that can kind of like affect things. Or like the way you're like doing the perspective is like your brain is doing too much like math that makes it not look like at the angle anymore, or it changes the expression a little bit, which I think was what happened with that on that cover. And in theory, Corey, I feel like since I've started streaming, I haven't been doing as much work on my in-between days. But generally, the intention is to work every day. Well, during the week, at least, in theory. Yeah, that's another thing about doing freelance art is like, I work every day and I work no days. Slightly less so the latter now, but animation has a great video on line theory. Yeah, well, because like I can show you. Okay. So this is where I'm currently at on that cover, and do I still have my sketch? Because I think you guys saw me reworking her face. Then I think I finished it off stream. Because I feel like I'm like pretty happy with like her current face compared to the previous pass. But like, you can see that that is joke's on you, you've triggered an unskippable cutscene. But like, yeah, because I did the sketch on the stream, so you guys could have sort of seen that like it's not like I wasn't problem solving when I was doing the sketch. That like in theory, I feel like this sketch is decently to the point. For now, because I was just like sampling colors from my reference image. Oh my god. Yes. But yes, so as I said, it's like I'm happy with this pass. Technically, this is like version 2.5, I guess, of her as inks. But, that looks pretty different from the sketch. And I didn't set out to make it look really different. But admittedly, I knew that I was leaving. The bodies were going to take some more actual heavy lifting. And you guys were saying you wanted 3-minute ads, but it sounds like you're not. Like, are you guys even getting 30-second ads? Because, like, I'm okay with like that if but yes, so generally sometimes I will do a sketch and I consciously am like, I'll figure this out when I get to the inking stage, but sometimes I genuinely do a sketch. I'm like, okay, cool, this looks good, I've spent X amount of time on this already, and then I go to the inks and I proceed to do my own thing again. So No, it's okay. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of what I was thinking. Corey was like, then if like you want to get up and like have a bathroom break or go get like get a snack or something, you can, you know that you have like X amount of time. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But yes. So this is my sexy vampire lady. I feel like I'm getting to a point where I'm happy with it. So, do you guys still want to watch me work on this on stream? Because I feel like I've done it for a few sessions. So I don't know if that's boring. Uh, yes. Okay. Yes. Also, I'm going to show you because I went and I saved a few different. Um, hold on. What am I getting back into? Okay. Um, I had saved some references. Yes. These are all from Motokawa. Yeah. Which, if you are not familiar with it, you're probably familiar with this dress. It is very popular online. I'm not above this. I, yes. uh, but I was like, I went and I had saved these different references because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go and like kind of draw her body and then I can like draw the different dresses on her and pick which one I like. And so I did this one. And then I was like, well, I think it looks good. I don't think I should draw all the other dresses just because now I want to draw them. But let it be known that I had some pretty good other dress options lined up. Yes, I feel like I don't know. I still have his head here. I'm kind of like I feel like I want to revisit that because I know I did that at the end of the stream when I did it, and I feel like it could be better. AKA, screw you, Jen, from like a week ago. Well, now I flattened it. Now it's all on one layer. That being that, I don't have a version of her where she's just in the nip to draw easily over top of, which is what I had been planning to do, kind of like dress up doll style. But yes. But yeah, no, and honestly, I just kind of wanted to add in like some flats here because I was like I wanted to kind of see how her hair and stuff was looking. But this is mostly placeholder. It's pretty base colors. Okay. So um I feel like our club music. Only DCMA free club music. Nothing better than royalty free club music. Um, do I? As I said, generally I'm trying to just try to adhere to my start time and end time. Mostly. I really I don't feel too bad hanging out for a little bit because I know that I do not start right at 4 o'clock, so yes. But I would like to make food, that would be good. And run the dog and cat. Yes, dog is sleeping. They said, I don't know if you guys could hear before, but there was like snoring in the background. And it was a guy. It was just a little pup guy. She was doing a big snore. I thought that it was Rosie, but it was just a little guy. Yeah, you're so sleepy doing a big snore. I love you so much. You're such a good girl. Do I have a yawn? Ta-da! Got a big yawn? No. That's me all the time, Corey. There's a big yawn. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So yes, when I make dinner, Fern also gets veggie scraps. So really, we are making dinner. And yes, she's just my little Corey. She's sorry. I can do stupid talk about her forever. Yes. Oh, every night in my dreams, I see you. She does do the swimming thing. I'll see if I can get her to do it. Is you swim? You got a whittle? Yeah, you got a little swim? Yeah. Yeah, what a good girl. Oh my goodness, look at your tail. Look at that guy. You're so cute. Yeah, she is like 5-6 pounds. She is smaller than all my cats. She is a poster child. Oh, big yawn. She is poster child for a long-haired Chihuahua. Because people meet her and they're just like, I never thought I would like a Chihuahua before. But I like one end bracket Chihuahua. Baby girl. Oh my goodness, so sweet. Her name is Fern, like the plant. Yeah. Yeah. She's my little angel baby. Biblically accurate baby. My sweet dove, my lamb, my little baby funky boo. Yeah. Miss Fern, should we maybe start dinner? Should we start some food? She is, yeah. She is a very silky soft. It's also nice because she isn't like. It is Fern, yes. It's her sleeping in a little pumpkin. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, this is a long-haired Chihuahua, I think, but she's nice because I find that dogs are kind of oily. They got that dog oil that when you pet them, you're kind of like you want to wash your hands. But Fern doesn't have that, so it's like petting a kitty. And she's also generally very unstinky. They got that dog. Oh, that's a big yawn. Yes, that Doyle. She is generally a very unsmelly, unoily dog. Except when she was stinky, and then I know she needs a bath. Yeah. She's a good girl. She turned 2 back in September. So yeah. So my birthday is September 25th, and her birthday is September 24th. So, our first birthday together was we had a joint party. But that's how I'm like, she was for me. We're birthday twins, almost. We're birthday neighbors. We're both week 1 Libras, so. But yeah, no, she is a baby, but this is also like, she's not really gonna get bigger than this. This is this is her. She's just a little guy. Earlier in the video, when Jack jumped up on the desk and spooked her and she gruffed at him, I did show both of them like kind of like sitting next to each other and like they touched noses, and you could see that like Jack is significantly taller. Yeah, she's a very good girl. I am very lucky. Puppy girl. Puppy. Jack is a cat. She's my only dog. I have 4 cats and 1 dog. I have the legal amount of animals for Ottawa, so it's all good. Yeah, I only have the 1 dog. Yes. Yes, Jack and Rosie pretty often are visible on stream. If they check on you, there is. It should be, it's like a bylaw thing usually. Like it's by like city or like municipality. Because my ex and I had 8 cats. And the place where we were living, that was technically legal. And then when we moved to Quebec, then it was not legal anymore. But nobody came and checked on us, and now we both have. Hold on. Oh no. So I have 4 cats and he has 3. So yeah. Puppy girl. The rabbits from the kids show. It's actually a Bioshock reference, but I will not hold it against anybody for not. Is that also the? Is it the show with like the white rabbits? I feel like that was not a show that I was the target demographic for when it was out. No, it's okay. I mean, it's such like the name pairing. I can understand why people would think that it was a Titanic reference, but it is a Bioshock reference. So, yeah. And then Fern just doesn't go with the. Yeah, I imagine it was because I'm remembering it as being like a British kid show. Yeah. Max and Ruby. You're like a pro. That sounds more familiar, but I did have to. To be fair, I still knew what show you were talking about once I thought about it. But I would say that Jack and Rosie perhaps did not live up to their namesakes. It's alright. We'll pretend. Your niece and nephews. I mean, it's an old show, but I feel like it was still running for a while. Hey baby. Yeah. Also, you have a niece? Okay. Oh, damn. So yes, I was not a baby when it was airing. Fair. Okay, that's fine. No, I was just like, yes, as I said, Jack and Rosie are not unusual to see on stream. Loki sometimes. Loki was here earlier when she came in to tell me the food bowl was empty, and I picked her up and she complained at length. I'm telling you, Corey, I think you're the youngest person that we know the age of in chat. Listen here, whippersnapper. Just because you're technically correct, that doesn't mean it's emotionally okay. Yeah. I don't think you are actually, Big Smith. Well, Jack, I memo to me to do that when I log off. But yes, I should like to make food. Everybody has to like submit their like height and date of birth before they follow. $4.11 is very small. So yes, we shall have to see if ever somebody joins the regular chat who is shorter and younger than you. Short people always are. It's okay. I'm 5'8", I'm 5'8", 5'9", so that's why I'm so gentle and calm. The rage is like evenly distributed. It's okay. Metric people. No. It's bad enough measuring oneself in centimeters. I refuse to figure out what my height is in meters. Fire's just not gonna let that go. I am a gentle soul, Fyra. I just also have a tenet for mischievousness, so. There's another story! What else did I do to you, Fyra? I'm very interested. See your I'm not wrong. Fyra does not seem very forthcoming with this terrible story. Oh, we are watching a movie. I do not remember that, but I would also say that that does not sound like a malicious act. That sounds like you fucked around and I had a knee-jerk reaction. It's when you hit somebody in the testicles. And the balls, which were not lasers, it's true. Anyways, as I said, that sounds like not a malicious thing, and it would never hold up in court if you ever tried to take me to court for kicking you in the nuts. Oh god. As my mom would say, Fyra, all this like terrible things, and still you come around. Still you hang out with me. And I will also ask, are you gonna poke me in the foot again? I cannot take responsibility. It's okay. They're just a little guy. Yeah. Yeah. Let's say goodnight. Now that we've heard of all the wrongdoings that I have done to Fyra. And also, as funny as I find, I mean, I would say it's like, oh, well, I could start at 5 and go to 9, but then I'll be late for 5 o'clock, so. But yeah, no, thank you for hanging out. I am glad that I got some pencils done on this, because I have been stressing about it, so. I should like to get some more done, but put a pin in that. I think you guys will probably remind me if I don't remember on Wednesday that you want a Grunkle Smith. And yeah, let us say. Oh, also I added another thing to my ending slide, so we'll see if it works, and if not, then I guess it'll be a surprise for another time. All right, goodbye. Let's go. Let's see if it works.